just one eyes.
Hello guys, so
Can we
welcome
play
back.
banker next time?
I am here for another stream of Genshin Impact
Exactly, but none of them believed me.
और विराट कोहली की 50th सेंचुरी भी हो गई है आज. इसका भी सेलिब्रेशन है. So let's go. क्या कर रहा है भैया जब है? Yes. होपफुली मेरी आवाज अच्छे से आ रही होगी और स्ट्रीम भी ठीक चल रही होगी. हेलो परब.
Take it easy.
Learn the safety rules by heart.
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be modest. Just tell him we found a boatload of information.
Oh, as expected of the legendary duo, you
Ah,
have my
everything
full
is
and
special, bro.
undivided attention.
आज विराट कोहली की 50th सेंचुरी हो गई और काफी अच्छा
I'd
स्कोर भी
never
बना
guessed
दिया
that
इंडिया ने.
myself.
वही देख रहे थे.
The rumors swirling about this place are unreliable after all, and Master Child probably went missing because he found a
और
way
फिर लगा
out.
कि अब हमें
He
शुरू
is
करनी
a
चाहिए अपनी
harbinger
स्ट्रीम.
after all. I suppose he's much more resourceful than I initially gave him credit for.
तो यहाँ आ गए.
Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father. We need to find out Master Child's exact whereabouts. Father told me that even though Master Child said he was just coming to Fontaine for a vacation, he actually had some personal reasons. His agenda might be linked to his disappearance.
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase after him.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Bingo! Is he around?
He's working today. Coming here as a group would have attracted too much attention. I'll talk to him about it later. It's the least I can do. We're all in this together, so it's only fair for us to fulfill our end of the bargain. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
Now, let me think. To find out more information, Fremine will have to retrace Master
Suffer
Child's
hai.
original route. And if he's to do that,
यहाँ पे तो
he'll have to
excellent
set
correction
out on
दिखा
the
रहा है
next
यार.
pipe cleaning day at the earliest. That's 6 days from now. And after that, he'll probably...
You can even estimate how long it'll take for him to get back?
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, What say you to meeting here 9 days from now? We'll be able to pick up Fremine while we're at it, too. Oh, and there's just one last thing we'd like your help with. Though we can just sit back and wait for Fremine's report on Master Child's whereabouts, we still need to make more progress on the investigation of the Forbidden Zone.
Buffer क्यों हो रहा है यार?
Fremine's no master of disguise. Lynette's still working on getting
Connection तो
intel from
excellent
the
है
other
यहाँ पे.
areas, and I'll need to spend some time helping Fremine prepare for his diving mission. So, you are the only ones we can count on.
What do you want us to do? Will it be hard?
Well, I won't call it easy per se, but I think you'll be able to pull it off. Listen carefully. You'll need to find an excuse to get into the... You've mentioned several sketchy-looking people always meeting at the infirmary earlier, so it probably has something to do with the secret we're hoping to uncover. You've already met the head nurse, so she'll be less suspicious of you. Investigate the
तो क्या
internal
progress है
structure of
आपके
the
account की?
infirmary and any active dealings within, and pass those on to me alongside anything else you're able to discover. But also,
Characters को
there's
किया
no
improve
need to
आपने?
take risks. Don't forget, safety always comes first. My apologies. I just started rambling out of habit. It was almost as if I was talking to my younger sister.
But that's not a bad thing, right? All right, then we'll head out as soon as we finish our prep.
Let's go our separate ways for now, then. Don't forget, we meet here again in 9 days. Stay safe.
अच्छा, कोई बात नहीं.
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
मिनट फ्री तो आराम से निकल ही जाएंगे. 50 की प्रॉब्लम रहेगी बस.
Right. I feel like
It's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. So, why don't we just try to talk to them in person? Let's go as soon as you're ready.
0 स्टार्स के साथ क्या बात कर रहे हो? कोई बात नहीं, करेंगे आज. थोड़ी देर बाद करेंगे, ठीक है?
Someone, please help! She's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
ड्रामे कर रही है भैया.
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath before you begin.
The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapsed onto the ground. Paimon doesn't know what to do. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale
देखते हो?
complexion.
और
Let me take a look.
देखा
Please
मैच?
lie down over here.
क्या मारे आज उसने?
Don't
ओहो,
worry, I'll get you to the bed
क्या
safely.
खेला है ये आज?
Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly.
You can do it, traveler.
Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you.
मेरी कब आ रही है क्या बस?
My checkup has confirmed that she's not in any mortal danger. That's our worst fear out of the way.
Eh? Oh, that's good. But
अब कैसी है?
I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Please relax and take a deep breath. Don't sense damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here? And here?
हेलो अब कैसी आ रही है आवाज
Huh? But based on my initial checkup, there shouldn't be a
कंफर्म करिए
problem
प्लीज
here.
ओके थैंक यू
Strange.
गेम की आ रही है ठीक ठाक
What
Okay.
about here? Does this hurt?
थैंक यू मैं कह रहा था मैच देखते हो
Hmm. I understand. So that's what it is. I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too serious.
So that's what it is. Thank goodness it's not anything
Bye-bye,
more
Judge.
serious.
And there have been other inmates complaining about
चल
the
रहा है
food recently.
obviously
Congratulations. The health risk is incredibly low, so you should recover within a couple days. Why don't you take a rest here while I go get some medicine for you? Miss Levine, I'll have to trouble you to help me look after this new patient while I'm gone.
Very well. And she hopped away just like that.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
Her stomach aches really bad. She was stumbling about the whole way here, so Paimon's really worried.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's no need to worry. She's the best medic we've got down.
But it also looks like she's the only medic you've got down here.
Well, that's true.
What do you mean that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless. Though they may have committed crimes and gotten locked up here as a result, they still know a thing or two about medicine, and they help Miss Sijuin take care of the sick and injured.
Yeah, you're right. But did you have to lecture me about it in front of another patient? Aren't you a patient too? Where did all your energy come from?
That's correct. Sorry, I got a bit ahead of
कौन सा
myself.
स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हो फिर आप
Are you two also sick?
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her,
Good, nice
you could
nice
say
pick
she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she learned a bit of medical knowledge ages ago.
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't forget that you are the primary reason I have frequent heart palpitations.
Hey, don't start arguing now. Please, keep it. Hey! There's no need to fight! Everyone will be released someday, so there's no need to argue over...
But
Release. It's way too early for us to even think about that. And who the heck knows if we'd even be able to continue our
please allow me to end this boring and useless conversation.
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place.
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that's... Well, his name is Jurier, but I hope you'll never have cause to remember his name.
You really can't stand him.
you
I
can't
mean,
tell
can you blame
भाई
me?
बहन कौन है
Who would like someone who's
और
as
रिलेशन
arrogant and
में
obsessed
बॉयफ्रेंड
with weird
गर्लफ्रेंड कौन है
research?
सब लड़ते हैं
I'll
भाई
accompany you two for a while. No, it's...
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Sijuin.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be 2 days' worth of medicine for you. Take one pill now, and then continue your bed rest.
nice
in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we discussed the color of the pill that you should be taking today?
I remember. You said it should be yellow.
Yellow, huh? I understand. These are yours. Please, make sure to go to bed early after taking them tonight.
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon too.
ये जो डॉक्टर है भूल कैसे गई कि कौन सी
I'm going to fill
दवा
out your
देनी थी?
medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right?
Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the traveler rest? Paimon can answer the questions instead.
So her primary symptoms are abdominal pain with secondary symptoms of nausea. Is there anything else?
That's it.
All right then.
Is there anything we should know besides to take the meds?
No, her
इसके
basic
पीछे भी हाइड्रो
constitution is quite good.
लगा हुआ है, हाइड्रो
So
विजन
I'm
लगी हुई
sure
है.
she'll recover quite
सुबह
quickly
भी
after
हाइड्रो.
taking the medicine. Please,
Got it. Paimon will hold the traveler to that for sure. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? Okay then, you get some rest.
Yes, please rest.
We've been to lots of places together. She may...
so you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry, she'll recover soon. Ah, you're awake.
How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left.
Well, now you can go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget bland foods.
Thank you, Miss Sijuin.
Take it easy.
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half to death. No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and put down the Adeptus Temptation now. Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Are you sure we're not going off track with the infirmary?
हाँ इवेंट करेंगे यार आज. इवेंट करेंगे, आपके 6 स्टार्स लेंगे, 100% 6 तो हो जाएंगे शायद.
Whoa!
तब तक
You
आप
really...
उसको असेंशन देने की ट्राई करो. ठीक है, अगर हो सके तो 70 तक दे दो उसको असेंशन, और उसको और जिक्यू को. ठीक है, जिक्यू को नहीं भी दोगे तो चल जाएगा. ठीक है, लेकिन उसको जरूर दो, कुकी शिरोबू को. ठीक है, कुकी शिरोबू को 70 तक पहुंचा दो, उसके बाद शायद हो जाएगा. लीडियट टाइट डे आ गया.
Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Vinny!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our shifts according to the schedule. Nothing weird happened.
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you sent. Fremine
पता
successfully
नहीं
left the
यार,
grounds via the
शायद
pipes
इसके बाद
2
एक
days
और
ago.
है, मुझे नहीं
And
पता।
as of last night,
एक दोस्त कर रहा था शायद, उसने बोला था इसके बाद एक और है।
you already went above and beyond when you scoped out the infirmary. Infiltrating a guarded stronghold is a different kind of job from a one-off
काफी
investigation.
लंबी क्वेस्ट है
We
लेकिन
want to
यार,
avoid using the
अभी तक
same
इतनी लंबी
faces
क्वेस्ट
over
नहीं
and
थी,
over
आर्कोड क्वेस्ट
and
इतनी
reduce
लंबी
the
नहीं थी
amount of
कोई भी।
suspicion that will fall on any
इसमें
given
तो पूरा
person.
जासूस बना दिया है।
Lynette also felt like you have already taken the first step for us, so she should be the one to finish the job.
So that's what Lynette thinks. Oh, Paimon hopes everything's going well for her.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine returns. If everything went well, then she should be wrapping up her investigation right about now.
Is now really a good time to go over?
According to my observations, Sigewin always spends around half an hour away from the infirmary right before lunch. Lynette knows this as well, so this should be a good time to meet up with her. Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about
ये
his
एक्चुअली ना
younger
ये बेस
sister's
स्टोरी ही है,
well-being.
आर्कोड क्वेस्ट जो होती है वो बेस स्टोरी ही होती है,
Right away.
लेकिन जो बेस स्टोरी चल रही होती है ना उसमें साइडवेज स्टोरी हो जाती है। जैसे एक आर्कोड क्वेस्ट में अभी जो मेन रीजन है ना वो सिर्फ उसका है कि चाइल्ड मतलब जो ये इनके पीछे क्यों पड़े हुए हैं, जो भी ये क्या नाम है यार, ये हार्बिंजर्स जो भी है,
Should be here right
इन
now.
सबको ये जेल में डालना क्यों चाहते हैं, जो भी विलन है फाइनल, जिसकी भी कॉन्स्पिरेसी
Strange.
चल रही है, वो इन सबके पीछे पड़े हुए कि ये हट जाए रास्ते से,
Why isn't
हार्बिंजर्स,
Lynette here?
तो इनको हटाना चाहते हैं वो।
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan.
लेकिन उसके साइडवेज
We
स्टोरी
agree
चल
that
रही
if
है,
she
जैसे
makes
अब
changes on the
पता लगा
fly,
रहे हैं
she'd find a way
कि
to let me
प्रॉब्लम
know.
क्या है।
Unless...
Let's see if there are any clues around here. We can look while we wait for her. Who knows? Maybe she'll be back soon.
Okay.
Take it easy.
There are some books here and a few files. They all look like medical records. Advanced nursing, how to raise the
वो तो ऐसे थोड़ी है कि
Sure are some
देखो
interesting
उसकी
books.
बहन जो थी वो खानरेया की थी,
Sigewin would be
और आल्ट्रा
interested in
आपने ही
this
बताया
kind
था
of
कि
thing.
खानरेया अभी
She
शेजराया के
even
बाद
has
आएगा
books on
मैप,
understanding people's
ठीक है,
motivations and
तो वो
feelings.
तो ऑब्वियसली गेम खत्म ही हो जाएगा ना अगर वहां पे पहुंच
Seems
गए
quite
तो।
normal to me.
बीच बीच में वो मिलते
These are
रहते
skills that
हैं
would come
दोनों
in
भाई
handy
बहन,
for a nurse from time.
तो वो तो अलग ही पोजीशन पे है, मतलब वो काफी आगे निकल चुकी है इससे,
None of the
इसकी
beds have any signs of
इसका जो
having
भाई
been
है
slept in.
That's the one, Lynette.
Mhm.
वो ज्यादा
She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad
आगे
flare.
निकल चुका है टाइम से।
Generally speaking, the head
ये
nurse
slow चल
left,
रही
which
है।
means either the head nurse didn't return the entire time from when Lynette lay down up until she left the bed, or the nurse intentionally left it this way.
This is it. We saw it before.
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look like it's been The space behind it is empty. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper over here.
A slip of paper.
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices, I'll use a piece of paper or card as the medium to pass on my message. You may consider this as me giving you my best."
This is...
Is that all? The back.
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Paimon's reading it now. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now? No. Could she have... Is she...
Risley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary unguarded to use it as bait?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the very beginning? But why? We didn't run into any trouble trouble last time, and he also never reached out to us since.
Yes, that is a crucial question. Wriothesley, he doesn't do anything without a clear goal or reason. So this means he had no concerns about your activities from the very beginning. You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Why did he only go after her? Don't panic, just think everything over. I have to stay calm. This is not like what happened last time. The situation's different. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds, could Wriothesley have let him go as well?
But what does he gain by letting Fremine leave like that?
So he's challenging me and trying to provoke me, I'm sure of it. We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an opening to sneak him around the guards and into the pipe, and we even thought luck was on our side. If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably in a terrible spot now as well.
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to calm him down. Don't be like this, Lenny. Fremine wouldn't have left if we hadn't told you about Child.
No, I'm the leader of this operation, and I'm the one responsible for this team. I was the one who failed to protect them. I'll go talk to Wriothesley.
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please, talk.
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted again. I have to go. I'll find a way to get them back.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like we still have some room to make changes on these details.
It's not impossible, but it'll require extensive testing.
Is that so? Very well. Then please be mindful of the time. Huh?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. They'll probably come in once we stop talking.
Someone! Please help! She's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
What a delightful turn of events. Oh my! What's wrong, little one? Being able to read human expressions is quite...
Lenny! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him. He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office.
यार बफर तो नहीं हो रहा चाहिए यार, क्योंकि मुझे तो एक्सीलेट कनेक्शन दिखा रहा है ये स्ट्रीम पे.
Come out and face me!
Aren't we at an administrative office space? Why don't you at least try to follow even a couple rules from the fortress's indoor management regulations?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary. I'd heard that she was suffering from quite the migraine, so I decided to invite her over for a cup of tea. I do have some teas in my collection that can work wonders against such an illness.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that your performances are quite the spectacle. Miss Lynette would sometimes enter a box filled with water, only to emerge the next second from another place. So maybe she'll appear behind you right now if you were to turn your head.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? No, he's probably not looking to attack me right now. All of the hostages are in his hands, and he's even in the mood for small talk. You knew we were investigating the infirmary from the start. So you deliberately aroused the Traveler's suspicions and baited us into continuing our investigation, just so that you'd be able to kidnap Lynette. As for Fremine, no, you probably didn't even interfere with Child's escape. You let him go so you could purge the Fatui members that we had planted into your ranks.
There was no need to do so. The fortress of Meripede is a pretty pleasant place. Most people enjoy their lives here. The only ones who act differently are those with personal agendas. It was quite easy to identify your colleagues.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate. Fremine has also fallen into your hands, right? If you're oh so omnipotent and so in control, why would you need hostages?
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not. What?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this once. Thank you so much for cooperating with me. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortress's finest tea. Although, as per your original
यार पता
plan,
नहीं,
Mr. Fremine should also have returned to the fortress by now.
क्योंकि यहाँ पे मुझे
But he has
प्रॉब्लम नहीं आ
neither
रही,
shown
मेरी
up
एंड से
within
प्रॉब्लम नहीं
my
दिख रही मुझे.
gaze, nor has he
यहाँ
been
पे
taken
एक्सीलेंट
into any
करेक्शन
kind
आ
of
रहा है,
custody.
कोई
So
ड्रॉप
where
नहीं
do
हो
you
रहा,
think he may be?
Wait, you can't mean
पैकेट लॉस भी नहीं हो रहा.
you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world. That's all.
Fremine's a star diver, so he should be fine, right?
No, we're still here, so he definitely tried to find a way to come back for us. So we can't assume he might have made a break for the surface.
But why would I do this, you may be asking?
Okay.
To have an audience with you, of course. My intel tells me that Mr. Linney is a
हो
great
सकती है यार, तो
magician, so it's only
कुछ
natural for me
प्रॉब्लम
to
हो.
want to have some cards of my own when it comes to negotiating. Besides,
सॉरी
I
फॉर
do
दैट,
recall
अगर
you
बफर हो
mentioning
रहा
to
है तो
Miss Lynette that you've
मुझे नहीं
always
पता कैसे
wanted to
ठीक
have
करूं.
a face-to-face meeting with the Lord of the Fortress of Meripede, regardless of whether it was in a personal or a professional capacity.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us before we even set foot in the fortress.
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I will be straight with you. I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But once you started focusing on the Forbidden Zone, all of that changed. Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. Miss Lynette is in my hands, and Mr. Fremine is still slowly being pickled out there in the brine. You know just as well as I that he cannot last out there forever. You need do but one thing to guarantee their safety. I would like you to contact your superior, and ideally invite her over for a cup of tea with me.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an audience?
Well, if she cares for the well-being of her dearest children, she should have plenty of motivation to join me for a parents' evening. I've heard that the bonds between the members of the House of the Hearth are like the bonds of family. I don't see why she would refuse.
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the fortress of Meripede? This place is basically a no man's land. It wouldn't be fitting for anyone as important as a harbinger like Father to come here in person.
Oh, I see. So it's because she doesn't care for my place here. That's such a shame. After all, I've amassed quite the tea collection. I was looking forward to sharing it with her. Both Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina have already received many samples as gifts.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to Father? No matter how much pressure you may put on me, I won't allow you to use us to blackmail her.
You people really are difficult to get along with. All I'm asking for is a face-to-face... Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
पता नहीं क्या सीन है.
Lenny!
ये फादर बोलता है,
Instead
बाकी
of
है वो
asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to see
मे भी
things
ये वो
from my
क्रिश्चियन
perspective
वाला
for a
फादर
second?
जो होता है ना, क्रिश्चियन
From the very, I gave you a warning by
शायद वो
cutting
वाला
off the
फादर
first
बोल
few
रहा हूँ
operatives
उस
I
टाइप
found,
में.
but that only caused you to double down. Had you given up on the fortress then and there,
ऐसा हो
Mr.
सकता है.
Fremine left the fortress on his own, and Miss Lynette tried to pry out my secrets right in front of me. No matter...
I shouldn't ask Father to do anything because of us.
6, 5,
Wait,
2, 1. Time's up. It really is a shame, Mr. Linney.
हाँ,
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down.
तो वो तो
Please leave,
क्रिश्चियंस
ladies and
में
gentlemen.
बोलते हैं ना फादर,
It's time for
मतलब
my afternoon tea.
जो चर्च चलाते हैं और वो सब, तो हो सकता है कि चर्च हो उनका कोई, that's why.
Listen to the
You do realize that I'm only letting
Just
you
a
go
possibility.
because of Neuvillette, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own set of laws.
Yes,
Then how about this?
कहते
Those who
हैं.
are capable deserve respect. You've spent quite some time investigating my home turf by
Pata nahi.
now, so why don't you tell me a thing or two about what you found, I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer all of them correctly, and I'll agree to your request. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the production zone, what is the truth behind the one about not being allowed to work for 3 days in a row?
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near the production zone. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from humans. Because of that, the Melusines have also developed a sense of aesthetics that appear rather strange and... According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work.
Yeah. और
According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour.
okay.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. But according to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fonta company sponsored it. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. But what... The research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the real value of coupons. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took... The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't... The research note said that the Melusine race...
ये तो सिलेक्ट किया था मेरे भाई. वाह, पहले यही तो किया था. क्या बकवास है.
So that's what's going on. Paimon understands it now. Who would have guessed? The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed to work 3 days in a row, and if they do, they'll get strange meat in their welfare meal. At first, we thought this strange meat must have something to do with the people who disappeared, but in reality, they were all prepared by Sijuin, the head nurse. She often visits the production zone to observe the workers' health and makes a note of anyone who has worn themselves out after 3 full days of work. Out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health, Sijuin visits the cafeteria right before lunch and cooks an extra dish for those who can use the stamina boost. Sijuin has only the best intentions with her surprise gift and doesn't want anyone to find out about what she does. Unfortunately, Melusines as a race perceive the world differently from humans, and their sense of aesthetics is even more alien to us. The recipients of her lovingly prepared special meals cannot taste the care within and usually just freak out. Are we on the right track?
Not bad. You've uncovered Sijuin's secret and even guessed her intentions correctly as well. It's nice to know that her efforts have not gone unacknowledged. All right, now for my next question. There are also some hidden rules in the Pancration Ring, including the one that you're not allowed to support both sides of a fight.
Yes.
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before. Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the research note said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently. The Fonta promoter has been struggling because he doesn't recognize the... Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a...
अरे यार
Fonta's internal reports suggest that they're starting a new trial of an unnamed and unpackaged product. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour. We often see Miss Sijuin observing the prisoners at work near their production zone. I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. The research note said that the Melusine race perceived... We often see Miss Sijuin observing the Fonta promoter has been struggling because...
यार क्या है ये लोग अभी तो डाला था मैंने सेव ये फिर
Paimon gets this rule too now, so there really was nothing to be afraid of. That hidden rule of the Pancration Ring is about how, people are not supposed to bet on both boxers at the same time. And if they do, they'll receive a package containing a strange, blood-colored liquid. People get scared when they see it because they've subconsciously begun to associate it with the missing boxer.
but in actual
But really, it's just a bottle of the latest yet-to-be-named and packaged new Fonta trial. A blood-red drink. It's no wonder even Fonta's own staff were questioning the company's... The company, facing backlash from its own staff, decided to try to trial the product on a smaller scale. To see how it might be received, they came to the Fortress of Meropide and offered to sponsor the Pancration tournament so they could push their new product. But the Duke, knowing how valuable... And so, only those who proved their stupidity by being dumb enough to bet on two opposing sides of the same...
I acknowledge the effort you've put into bringing the truth of this, although based on your description, that Fonta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider my collaboration. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought of sparing Lynette and Fremine never even... You'll pay for this!
क्या हुआ
Are you alright?
Oh, close one. I owe you, Sijuin.
It was nothing, Your Grace.
Sijuin?
Though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I...
Lane...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the fortress, and thus protecting it is my duty. When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here, he told me that my job would be to take care of the well-being of everyone here. I am merely discharging my duties.
But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well?
But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire straits right now. His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace? Mind proving my innocence?
My dear Sijuin, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or two?
Well, it's nearly time after all. The way you do things can be truly frustrating sometimes, Your Grace. I figured I should try to talk some sense into you.
What are you talking
तो
about?
ये ऐसा नहीं है
What time?
आर्कोस जो होते हैं ना
If you want.
How touching.
Don't be like that, Your
वो वन ऑफ द
Grace.
बेस्ट सपोर्ट है सारे जितने
All
भी
right,
हैं.
everyone,
ठीक है.
calm down. 2 more visitors will be arriving
उनको
in a time.
डीपीएस की तरह बहुत कम लोग बिल्ड करते हैं जितने
I'll
भी
go get a
आर्कॉन
cup
हैं.
of tea. Miss Sijuin, I leave Miss Lynette in your care.
You.
तो और आर्कॉन जो भी है वो ऐसे हैं कि उनका कोई भी डाउन टाइम नहीं है. मतलब उनका जो ई है होता है ना, उसका कोई डाउन टाइम नहीं है स्किल यूज करने का.
Please.
Ah, Miss Clarette.
लेकिन जो बाकी जितने भी है उन सब पे लिमिटेशंस है.
What's going on? What is Clarin doing here?
Work.
I'm
Okay.
sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon. Please take it easy in the meantime, though.
What happened to Fremine? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
क्या हो गया?
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. He must have consumed primordial seawater.
What did you...
Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Fremine a more thorough checkup. Your Grace, I'll leave the rest to you.
I'll talk to Clorand while you get Fremine to where he needs to be.
और ये बदल जाएगा क्या वो?
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way back.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. Had you arrived just a few minutes later, Sijuin may have been forced to shoot Mr. Linney again. How's the situation out there?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. The concentration of primordial seawater has increased significantly. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad. But if one were to stay for any significant amount of time, well, you can see how that boy's doing.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and tried desperately to swim back.
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons. Never seems to work.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a knack for picking out who had good intentions, even when the outcomes were all terrible.
That's a bad sign if you're having to plead your case to Neuvillette. Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I...
Might as well then, I suppose.
ये अच्छा तरीका था चाय पे ले जाने का.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion of a large amount of primordial seawater. Still, of course, it would be best if he stayed for further observation. Let's leave him here for now and move him to the infirmary once he's recovered. Sorry. I am aware that the infirmary may not be your favorite place in the world at the moment. We do only have a single clinic in the fortress.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial...
Please, look after Mr. Fremine for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh, I'll bring Miss Lynette back with me.
Where is she? How is she right now?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her. If my calculations are correct, she should also be waking up right around now. You might not believe me, but His Grace and I actually made some snacks and tea for her. Linny, are you okay?
I'll be fine. They're all here now.
Are you sure?
My hands and feet are still a bit weak, but that's probably just the residual effects of the...
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Oh, Traveler, Paimon, you're here to... Fremine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me lift...
Okay.
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to the infirmary.
Yeah, I'll take him from this side. Lynette, together?
On it.
Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him.
The Duke and Clarander gone.
अभी भी बफर हो रहा है.
They probably went to get some tea. The
अरे
Duke will
यार.
explain the truth in just a bit. Miss Claran will need a break, since she only just returned from rescuing Fremine out of the sea.
नहीं हो रहा यार बफर. मैंने अभी चेक किया.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
अच्छा. Okay. Ah. कैसी जगह है? कहाँ लेके जा रहा है भाई?
Take it easy.
वाह.
Take it easy.
और ऊपर जाना है अभी.
Take it easy.
He's awake.
We're all here.
The infirmary at the fort.
How do you feel? Don't put.
Traveler. The sea. There's something wrong with the seawater.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should touch it. Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now.
यहीं पे तो चाइल्ड गया था.
I'm in.
फिर से बफर हो रही है ना?
Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it.
वहां तक कैसे जाए भाई? वहां तक जाए कैसे? और कहीं से रास्ता है क्या? करना पड़ेगा। Yes. अब ठीक है ना? Yes.
This is where the water starts. Okay. vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. Oh, there are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on.
जो ट्रेसेस गायब नहीं हुए वो पानी में मिल गए वो
I should
लोग.
still be able to make it. I can't die here. This is bad. I'm feeling worse and worse. I have to push on.
ओके तब भाई को बचा रहे फ्लोरियड.
That's right. I tried my best to swim back, but I had already put some distance between myself and the fortress, and I just couldn't find the strength to keep going. I probably passed out some time after that, and you know the rest.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we also don't know why she just suddenly appeared at the fortress, or why she went out to save you.
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go thank her in person.
You're still too weak for Monet. You can go after you've had some more rest.
Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will stay here as a guest for another few days, so there's no need to hurry.
A guest? Then I can assume Risley was the one who invited her to come down here?
You should ask His Grace about that. He'll be able to explain better than me.
Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on. Wanna come with us, Lenny?
No, please go on without me. I don't want to leave just yet.
Lenny.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring myself to leave. Both of you are just in danger.
Understood. Then let's just sit together for a while.
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now. As long as you stay in here, I don't think you'll be disturbed.
Thank you.
Go to Duke's office, no?
Excuse me.
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has stabilized?
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary otherwise.
I've been expecting those two, but might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Miss Siegewing?
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarande. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine, I think.
If you don't mind, I'd like to perform another quick physical exam. It'll just take a few minutes.
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about you start by asking me any questions you have? You can start with whichever one you'd like to get answered the most.
Then Paimon will begin. Did you know about Lenny's goals from the very beginning?
No. I just knew they were Fatui operatives sent to the fortress by the Knave. As for their specific goals, I only figured those out as you made progress on your investigation.
You managed to monitor and stay ahead of them even though you didn't know what they were trying to do?
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought their goal was just to investigate Child's disappearance. Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything special to help or hinder him while he was here. Everything he did, from finding helpers to leaving this place, he did on his own. Of course, it's inevitable that the Knave would make a big deal out of her fellow Harbinger's unexplained disappearance. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went, so I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Lenny's group would just do your work for you?
You make it sound like that's a bad thing. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I assume that Fremine has told you already, the ratio of primordial seawater around the fortress of Meripede is on the rise. The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and you got roped into that investigation after running into him. I began to intervene out of concern for your safety, and also to prevent the fortress from becoming entangled in more irksome matters.
Are the rumors true? That you're also a former criminal?
Why would you put it like that? Isn't staying here all day and serving as the manager of the fortress a kind of sentence unto itself? Another form of prison? I just happen to have some support from the rest of the inmates. That's all.
Oh, right! Paimon wanted to ask, who invited Cloran down here?
Me, of course. I paid her good mora to come down to the fortress for some field work. As a champion duelist, Miss Cloran could be considered to be an independent party. I needed to find an exceptionally capable person to help me get through the impending crisis.
And saving Fremine was part of that crisis?
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would. That's not something you should be asking after. Neuvillette only asked you to investigate Child's whereabouts. All I need to prove to you is that the Forbidden Zone had nothing to do with the Harbinger's disappearance. That should be clear now that you've spoken to Fremine.
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case. Do you really want to know the answer that badly?
Yeah, Paimon really wants to know.
Even if the truth may not be pleasant? Follow me.
तो चले इनके पीछे।
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
There's a hidden door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the Fortress of Meripede is. Stand on the central plate.
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa!
सब जानना है इसको.
So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, Paimon sure doesn't see anything special. What a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Generally, am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your...
Well, Huh. So there's a switch on the side.
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one.
Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Meripede. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any potential danger. The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on it. Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so very reasonable guess. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so later on a few more possibilities occurred to me over the past few days.
The concentration...
And that is precisely the problem. Yes.
But forget about the two of us. Not in... Oh.
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. The indicators are now red. If this continues... soon, it will no longer be able to hold back the primordial sea at all. Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of an...
But that's just too weird! Why would the Fortress of Meripede be built right above a sluice gate for the primordial sea?
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with my research. There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. What we know about its history has been left to us by the people who used to live here. When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The people drove the criminals away like a wolf pack chasing away the banished. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled to the desolate seaside, where they experienced only pain, struggle, and the bone-chilling cold. Some of them began to repent and pray to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deeps, and over the years helped it to grow.
Welcome back.
As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. When the first group of exiles died, they left the yet unfinished fortress to their successors. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support, allowing the fortress and what it stood for to continue growing ever larger. Before long, this dark underwater fortress became the Sinner's only. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered... After many, now and again...
But now you know every part of...
Indeed. It's just as the prophecy said. To be frank, not really. Prophecies are troublesome things. Just hearing one will create the first wave of panic. Seeing signs of it will bring about the second, and let's go somewhere else. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not alone!
Huh?
No need to panic, you two. I've already told them about our plan.
What? After you warned us not to tell a single soul about any...
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know more than you could ever imagine.
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. While Jurier used to be Edwin's assistant, she used to be Jurier's assistant.
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple and just using your work as a convenient cover?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before.
How much do you know about Fontainian history? Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the seer Sibila, who had taken on the form of a golden bee. Taking the golden bee with him and riding on a huge ship, the Fortuna, he created his nation above the surging water. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna to incessantly search for new tribes and islands, calling on them to join his empire.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that hope can always be found at the end of a voyage.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor, materials, and technology at my disposal. So the moment I began to speculate that the primordial sea might lie underneath the gate, I also...
Were you inspired by the legendary Fortuna?
Maybe. Fontainians need something to hold on to cope. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, I'd never make such a reckless call. All right, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh!
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do...
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great.
इवेंट करेंगे, मारेंगे आज पकड़ पकड़ के सबको। एट असाइलम क्विकनिंग, यही है। इसके बाद होगी लास्ट वाली जो है, जो अभी आई है।
What they say is true. You have to.
कोई
We're back!
Welcome back. Do you want a cup of tea?
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear two people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves to the water and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Sijwin.
Yeah, I heard one male voice and one female, so it should have been the two of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah, I took the time to rest, so I'm feeling a lot more relaxed now.
Nobody else is around, and Miss Sijwin is also busy with something or other, so let's just talk here.
All right, then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is, the long-lost primordial sea is probably very close to the fortress of Mirapede.
Ooh, he's good. He got that right on the first try.
That's Arlene.
Secondly, Risley's attitude changed dramatically during the course of our stay here. He ignored us completely at first, then suddenly roadblocked us. Why? I spent quite a long time thinking about this. If he has been monitoring the Fatui since the very beginning, he probably ignored us at first because he was hoping we could find Master Child for him. What's more, the Fortress of Mirapede is not part of Fontaine's court system, nor does it report to Udex Nervulet. Risley is basically the king of a no-man's land. As long as the fortress doesn't do anything about Master Child's disappearance, Father can use it to pressure the Fontaine authorities. And while the 2 factions are pitted against each other, Risley will be free to move between the parties of interest. If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself. It's likely related to the secret of the infirmary, but I just can't think of what it could be.
You're super smart.
Thanks so much. Then finally, there's the last question. If Risley does have a plan, what could it be? All I know for now is that his plan probably has something to do with the changing nature of the seawater. He's even gotten Cloran to help him out.
अच्छा,
That can't be the full extent of
कर
what
लिया आपने
he's
ये?
doing. There's probably a secret passageway behind the block in the infirmary, and there's something big in the fortress that most people here never get to see. He has a
कितना
bargaining
बचा है?
chip, and it could be important enough for
ये
Father to
पता है
deal
मुझे,
with
वो
him
3 बिलियन
directly.
बॉस वाला शायद इसमें ही
I
आएगा,
don't have enough information, so I have no idea what his chip might be.
इसी के एंड में शायद।
But
I can't believe it.
The sea will engulf everyone.
could Risley have wanted to meet Father to figure out a way to deal with this crisis? If you remember, I once mentioned that Father sees the House of the Hearth as her base of operations, and she truly wants to resolve the crisis. But how could Risley have known that?
Or perhaps he didn't know and just wanted to bring Father.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I understand your concerns as well, Traveler. I'll figure out a way to pass this on to our father. No matter what, we're on your side. The two of you have already aided us far too much. We probably wouldn't be standing here right now if not for you. If you ever need anything else going forward, though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the three of us basically see you as
You have my grat.
Thank you for protecting Lin.
Why are you being so formal all of a sudden?
लग गई भूख इसको.
Paimon's hungry.
Oh,
Alright, then we'll catch you.
चलो यार, आप थोड़ा बैठा इसको फास्ट करूँगा, ठीक है? थोड़ा स्किप करके फालतू की चीज़ों को.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Take it easy.
It's time for dinner. Welfare meals now being served in the coupon cafeteria.
Come on, let's go pick up ours as well.
Traveler and Paimon, over here.
Are you here for dinner? Huh.
What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like.
Me too. Don't forget.
No problem.
So delicious. Paimon's so happy. Paimon wants to feast like this every day.
Feeling full yet? How's the food?
Delicious.
I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now? The muscle here just moved, which suggests that you're feeling quite relaxed at the moment.
Sijuin, do you do this to help your patients or to better understand human beings?
A bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melusine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you.
You're really good at taking care of people. Even though you're so short, you still talk and act like an older sister.
Really? You're reminded of an older sister? That's great to hear. Oh, and what is... Oh, that. Thankfully, although the and I was keeping... You were all super... Get a good night's rest.
So much has happened. Paimon's super sleepy.
सो जाओ भाई, सो जाओ.
Delicious.
Out of my way! Get out of my way!
what happened?
No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
पाइमोर कहाँ गए?
Take it easy.
मुझे लगा वो गई.
What happened? Why is everyone running around? Hey, what are you doing?
No time to explain, mate. Goodbye.
Hey, what? What's wrong with these people?
They're here! Yeah, there you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Crystal and Lavaroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here, Lavaroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you...
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up? What?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get it.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey!
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey, hey! Be careful!
Attention, please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards.
पार्टी सेटअप कर लेता हूँ अगर लड़ाई होगी तो.
Attention. Attention, please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible.
यस. जॉगली की तो शील्ड का बिल्ड करते हैं ना. अगर आपको शील्ड उसकी स्ट्रॉन्ग करनी है तो एचपी से, और अगर उसको डैमेज बेस्ड बनाना है तो भी एचपी का सेट्स देते हैं बस. बाकी सब क्रिट रेट क्रिट डैमेज उसका मेंटेन करते हैं.
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run.
क्या बात है यार.
2, 1.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense.
एनिमेशन
The
कितना
gate.
मस्त थे यार ये।
How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
क्यू जो होता है वो एचपी से स्केल होता है उसका डैमेज, ठीक है, लेकिन उसको क्रिट रेट क्रिट डैमेज का जब अगर रेशियो अच्छा होगा तो जो क्यू है वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से देगा अगर उसको आप जियो डैमेज बोनस भी देते हो तो। और अगर जियो डैमेज बोनस की जगह एचपी दे दोगे गॉबलेट तो वो और उसकी शील्ड स्ट्रेंथ जो है वो बढ़ जाएगी एचपी से।
Neuvillette, why are you here?
जिग्यू का सिर्फ अल्ट रेज कर रहा है, ठीक है, पहले अल्ट उसके बाद ई और क्यू ही देते हैं जिग्यू का।
Traveler, Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You must protect Farina.
लेकिन पहले प्रायोरिटी देते हैं अल्ट
You
को,
have my
तो जिग्यू का अल्ट
sincerest
पहले राइज करो। और कुकी शिरोबो का सिर्फ और सिर्फ ई, ठीक है।
Look, there are a ton of... Are you two the traveler in Paimon? Though I'm sure he's already explained.
Oh, so you two are the honored guests.
Of course.
It is my pleasure.
I've already prepared seat.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed. See this? This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So, I wonder how he's doing nowadays. You must have heard, right? He's suddenly gone missing.
छोड़ यार, क्या ही बोल सकते हैं। दिखने में तो लड़की है।
So, against ordinary people, my colleague would never be on the back foot.
But I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course.
Uh,
Oh.
Because...
And where did he go? The fortress of Meripede lies deep. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya, do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya.
फालतू की बकवास बंद कर, तू जिस काम के लिए आया है वो कर रहा भाई।
all letters tend to
वो
follow the
बेचारे
same
नीचे
few
लगे हुए
formats
हैं।
anyway, right? As long... Hold on.
I suppose this...
Huh?
Have we entered into the...
यस, जो अलर्ट आ गया।
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
करेगा क्या? लेकिन ये तो पानी वाला ही है।
A day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day. This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe.
ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या था? ये कौन सी पावर है इसके पास?
This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
वाह, मुझे तो लगा था यहाँ से वो बॉस निकलेगा, फिर वो उससे लड़ूंगा।
All right. Seems like the problem.
Let me guess. Indeed. But I win this bet.
Very well. It was indeed.
You made a bet? We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to...
So what gift must the loser give?
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of legal awareness.
Well, I'm sure His Grace doesn't consider the fortress to be outside the law.
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this would be uninterested in the legal codices.
That was obviously
हाइड्रो
a joke.
टैगर? ये किसने बोला?
Anyway, you've still got some unfinished business to...
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know.
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly.
जो काम आर्कोन को करना चाहिए था वो करने गया हुआ है।
I must say, Miss Farina.
What are you
At this point, yet. The prophecy's hanging above, but you?
You're wrong.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of fun. Oh, great.
I have my ways. And I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon Fontaine.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where can we see it, and what is it doing?
My machinations.
I see. Allow me to be...
And
Oh. Then allow me to jog your... And what do you plan to do with the massive amounts of indemnitium that has accumulated?
the orators? It's just like...
So you also have no... I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the oratrice in the Opera House. You see, even just getting close to the core contaminated him with an extremely... But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on? Oh, great. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you... Of course I will. Although, I must say, Miss Farina... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left. Traveler, I heard that you were you too.
Oh, Paimon's super full. That cake was great.
You're welcome. It is
Very well.
Mind seeing me off, traveler.
Paimon's coming too.
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course, child was just an excuse. I have no interest in...
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Meripede. Relax. I have no intention of trying to get anything out of you. Linny, Lynette, and Fremine are still there, and I trust their judgment and abilities.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against anyone who tried to stop them, especially Linny.
You mean Ridesley. He's a tricky one to deal with. It's unfortunate that Linny's so eager to prove himself that he can't learn to rely on others, including me. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of idle gossip, but what's your impression of Furina? You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to move around most easily.
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Meripede.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not feel an ounce of shame for all the trouble he has caused? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone shortly.
Do you require help with any preparations?
No need. I will take care of it myself. I need to meet with Furina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine. But what's fascinating about her is that she often seems more like a celebrity than a working Archon.
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you!
अच्छा
You dare to run from—
My goal is just to discover anything left unguarded is usually just... It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of curse.
Who are you? And what are you trying to do?
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting her has lost all meaning. I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody could serve as a witness to my near assassination of Focalor. I suspect even Furina dares not mention this incident. Not long after, my informants confirmed what I had guessed. After returning to her quarters, Furina quietly cried alone. She was so scared that she could not sleep that night, nor could she even bring herself to eat her cake. There's no doubt that there's something wrong with her. I began to entertain the possibility that she is not the true Hydro Archon. Perhaps Eudex Neuvillette is actually the genuine article. I have to find the Gnosis. If the Neuvillette hypothesis is correct, he is probably in possession of it. Alternatively, it might have been hidden in a place that's hard for ordinary people to access.
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the Fortress of Meripede. Master Child has gone missing. On top of that, the contacts and guards we bribed at the fortress have all gone quiet as well.
Probably the handiwork of that ride.
I'm afraid so.
This is a good opportunity. The value of a harbinger is much higher than most would imagine. We now have an excuse to exert diplomatic pressure on the Font. Set up a meeting for me. I would like to meet the Hydro Archon and Eudex Neuvillette. Oh, and I have an additional mission for you three.
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance was not a part of my plan, but I can use it to make a breakthrough. With this as my excuse, I can ask for an official audience and continue my investigation of Furina and Eudex Neuvillette. The initiative belongs to the House of the Hearth. My wish to investigate the Fortress of Meripede will be a front.
Okay.
You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you, so they wouldn't have hidden anything from you. It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shout.
Alright then.
I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, the leadership of Fontaine is even more inscrutable than I had imagined. I once surmised that Eudex Neuvillette must be the Hydro Archon, but now, that doesn't seem right to me either. I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsaritsa. Over my years of service, I've learned how a real Archon conducts and carries themselves. Whether Eudex Neuvillette or Farina, neither fits the bill.
सारिस्ता
It's
ये है
hard to
क्या वो
imagine either of
क्रायो
them as the
आर्कॉन?
Archon. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require justification. It is, however, quite amusing to me that after all my years working in intelligence gathering, I've come to realize I am at a complete
तभी तो
loss regarding the identity of the god of the land of my birth. Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe looms, yet many secrets have yet to rise to the surface.
पायरो लग रही है ये ना
It looks ultimately, though, one must survive in order to
बेव
do
पायरो लग रही
anything
है ना
else. You don't need to commit to anything right
हाँ
now.
पायरो है देखो इसके पीछे
I have
पायरो
a
है
feeling that the situation will continue to
ठीक है
evolve.
गाइस
And as
इसको
your name
जरूर
is
पुल
often
करेंगे
connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday.
डेविलेट भी आ गया
He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other.
Neuvillette?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I am concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the primordial sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives. Permission granted.
Whoa. It can't be that you're the real Hydro Archon, right? But that's just a speculation on our part, though. You can't tell us? Then that's okay. We can talk about something else. We won't try to force you. You guys in Fontaine are super strange.
If by the phrase "you guys" you are referring to Farina and I, then although I'm not sure just what you are trying to imply, I must clarify that I do not share her positions on a multitude of topics. I believe so. The fortress has a long and complex history. It has seen much grief, and now another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn.
Huh? Why is it raining all of a sudden?
Presiding reported every time it leaves the sky.
You may be closer to the truth than you think.
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... huh?
Please do not be so surprised. Farina? My apologies.
We were just guessing randomly.
You guessed correctly. I sincerely hope you'll be able to keep this a secret for...
Right, of course. Well, there's still something Paimon wants to ask you, though.
Please, go ahead.
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to force back the primordial sea from the fortress, then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about seawater, couldn't you just use your power to solve the crisis?
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world, myself included, possess our full dragonhood. They say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part of the dragon's power. Today, that stolen power is the basis of the Archon's authorities.
सुना
There
वही
are
देख रहा हूँ
7
मैं।
elemental archons and 7 matching dragon sovereigns.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished a long time ago. As their successor, I know far less of that part of our ancient history. In any case, I believe I will not be able to do much unless the Ark, given the status quo, however, I would recommend finding another way to deal with the prophecy.
Oh, so even you can't solve it.
I still have some urgent matters to attend to at my office.
ओके,
If you have any more
तो
questions
पहले
regarding
वाला जो
ancient
था
history,
जो
you are
बॉस
welcome
है
to discuss them with
उसका
me at a
ड्रैगन वो
later
है,
time.
ठीक है,
Please go right
जो
ahead.
ड्रैगन बॉस है।
There's a place that Paimon wants to go to.
और ल्यूए में ड्रैगन है कोई?
Fortress of Meripede. Paimon is a little worried.
पहले में कोई ड्रैगन नहीं है। और सुबेरू में ड्रैगन जो अभी एक
Take
बॉस
care.
निकला था वो ड्रैगन हो गया। यहाँ पे ये ड्रैगन हो गया। हाँ, कहाँ चलना है, कहाँ चलना है? हाँ, चारों ऊपर है।
You guys are...
You guys didn't.
and here...
All right.
Hey, it wasn't just...
Something. I was also tripped whenever he'd say.
हाँ, सही कह रहे हो, वो हो सकता है ना,
They sure are a
वो
lot
अपना
warmer and friendlier than when Paimon first met them.
एज़दा, वो हो सकता है ना, सही है।
Well, if you say so. I'll be...
Traveler, are you still doing all right?
We're fine.
A few people, of course.
How did Nerva...
Miss Sure, Naru, I ran into the bomb. If you're not too just let me know if you... I'd like to take the...
Inazuma में हाँ, लेकिन वो फोक्स पे है यार। उसने बोला कि हर आर्कोन के साथ एक ड्रैगन है। क्या चल रहा है ये? एंटर द ऑफिस बोल तो रहा ही है। अच्छा, यहाँ पे नीचे जा रहा है क्या?
Courier?
Yeah.
That's no excuse for...
You're here, Lurvine!
Hello there. It's been quite the...
And you!
Yep.
It can be a...
I mean, the infirm...
Oh, yeah?
You two really are...
Not at all!
ये इनको कपल बनाते रहते हैं।
Now guess.
Well, look who it is.
हाँ वो स्टेटमेंट का तो बता दिया ना.
Looks like you're...
Oh, right.
Whoa, how...
और
She
से
didn't want to
लुए
stress you out, that's
सुबेरू और यहाँ का हो गया. एक इराजुमा का बच्चा है सिर्फ.
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And...
Her attitude towards you is you should believe.
Oh, Paimon...
Hey!
Are you going to...
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real?
Another implies... Well, next time. We should start preparing.
Oh, I'll help you set it up.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface?
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything...
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewin's gift with him, though.
He sure said...
Miss Clorande has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss...
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Clorande received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewin worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Are these from Sigewin?
Nope, they're from yours truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the cafeteria. Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
वाह. कर रहे तो है यार. आपको भी कर रहे हैं, आप कर लो. मेरे पास तो कैरेक्टर्स है, आपके पास तो नहीं है.
We're back in our cell again. Or not sure feels that way. But the truth? Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not true! Alright. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer here? That was so scary. We should be safe now, right? Alright then, good night to you, Traveler.
क्या? ओके ये क्या है? वेल हाँ Masquerade of the Guilty. Nice. चलो एक विश दिखा देते हैं, एक नहीं दो विश दिखा देते हैं। अरे वेल जैसी आवाज लग रही थी, अभी मुझे थोड़ी पता है क्या है। मैं तो ऐसे ही बोल रहा था। कितनी पिटी हो गई यार। फोर्टी की पीटी हो गई यार। ठीक है 10 विश और करूँगा इस पे, अगर निकल गया तो ठीक है, वरना फिर नेक्स्ट बैनर पे करेंगे। कितने दिन का बैनर बचा है ये? अभी 12-13 दिन है। ये वही जगह था क्या? वही बैड हो गया तो। Finally, Act 5 is going to start. इसको थोड़ा फास्ट फॉरवर्ड में चलेगा, ठीक है?
Please sign here. This document will be effective immediately.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface.
What's happening? I'm fine.
Let's go ask the Duke. Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you.
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just...
Ah, that. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I've developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurred.
So, the fortress...
If you recall our last incident, it...
Huh. Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes.
Yep.
It's you two. Are you the...
That's right! Today is our last day in prison. But, oh yeah.
Then be sure...
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards...
You're not going to see it?
I knew you'd...
Well, you actually...
Ah, so you...
After being down here for so long, I'm at...
Yeah, don't...
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see...
We'll do our best. Well, it seems our work in the... We should probably go report to him now.
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just you... You're right.
यार विकेट नहीं पड़ रही कोई भी। ऐसे तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी।
This weather is perfect for doing nothing at all.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, excuse me.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got...
Everyone's so busy.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink...
That's all right.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede. And it appears that you've managed to complete...
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Tivat. Therefore, We can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial sea.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! We asked the Duke and he said
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the
water levels rose?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for if the change in water levels is connected with the leaking
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you.
There's no time to lose. Let's get going.
Please be careful.
हर चीज में पहले इनको भेज देता है.
Oh no. What happened here? Navia should be around here, right? We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone up.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg. My leg. How could this have...
Just hang in there.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a...
Yes.
बहुत सैडनेस सी हो गई यार.
Demoiselle, there was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up.
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded...
Understood. I'll take over.
All right. You'll... I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded in the waterways. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from... The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties.
Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as... No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now.
How awful.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle, we've got a situation here.
Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it...
Okay, the wounded are being tended to, and we of course, we traveler, Paimon.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
कहाँ जा रहा है भाई?
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's wrong?
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't ever come back here again. What?
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave, and they... I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just... gone. I just can't...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
Ah, how could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it will save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, Two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else. I promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a...
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better.
I had always thought I could make my wishes come true. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray. So...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were...
You're right. What you said just now was pretty amazing,
Oh. Really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave?
Ah, is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and my subordinates have reported that Fatui soldier...
This is nothing to brag about, as I've told this traveler, lending your organization.
Without your help, there would have...
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did every... As Paimon said, I've never liked...
You're right. I'm sorry. Water is life to Fontaine's people.
So, you're one...
Of course. That is why I'm going to... By the way, traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the fortress. Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. Judging by the dating of the ruin, my people initially came...
So, that's what...
I wanted to take the... Linny told me that outside of... Which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
The intel I just shared about the...
Got it! So we...
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you to exploring some...
Well, there's no point in being... Besides...
Since you put it that way, I have no All right, the room...
Okay, the three of us will handle...
चलो भाई, रोइस चल रहा है वाह। ये तो काफी मार रहे हैं भाई। हाँ। पैदल ही जाना पड़ेगा क्या?
Shine down!
हाँ, ऊपर है क्या? ऊपर जाइए।
So, are these the ruins?
They seem to...
Let's go and...
Just be...
Flicker.
Bitter pill to swallow.
I see everything.
There is no escape.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. That complicates things.
In that case...
I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try
फिर गई क्या वो? क्या था भाई? बेचारी नादिया को तो गिरा दिया. ओके.
Demoiselle, what are you...
Maybe she just wants some time.
Yes, it's...
That's quite possible.
Oh. This is...
Is something the matter,
Oh, no. I was just trying...
Do you remember...
We were headed to see how things were...
Ah, right.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How...
I've been great. They were knocking at my door.
Sometime.
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what...
did you...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me.
That's right.
No, it's not... And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time.
Huh? We do...
Well, now, did you...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been... My trial?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
क्या चल रहा है? What is going on?
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seemed... Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here?
क्या हुआ?
And why do I have no recollection of this case?
क्या हो गया भाई?
And as for the judge...
और
Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
क्या कर रहा है तू?
Please sit in the
मैं कब
defendant's
देख रहा हूँ
seat.
भाई?
Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, दिख नहीं रहा तेरे को?
But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed,
और सर
but
ककड़ से
today
भी बता दो
is
दोनों
an
चीजें चल
exception.
रहा है भाई. एक में से लॉग आउट करना. और क्या? मैच इंटरेस्टिंग हो रखा है. ये मैच तो कभी चेंज
Hey,
नहीं
what
करते.
kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering!
Okay.
Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rasula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rasula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mistress Ronville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her Please do not mistake her action.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if Miss Navia, everything is... Now I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you owe?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is...
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that...
Demoiselle!
Silver, I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier.
All are died.
Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid.
Absurd! Who are you to say? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to... After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
She says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people? Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion, the court will adjourn.
Our thanks.
Please leave with me.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only...
Loose.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus... Silver...
Quickly, you...
Goodbye.
Farewell.
बच गई क्या प्राइमोर्डियल वाटर से?
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake? Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still...
It looks like
Did all this happen?
the ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. You were just about... I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second. But they gave me the chance to were it not for their intervention.
Wait, did you say Oceanids?
Perhaps those 2...
I always told...
Please come with...
Neuvillette, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite...
Why do you look so... Oh, Paimon knows.
I merely thought...
Huh?
I suppose... Ah, Siege Week?
No way!
I see.
Oh, and the Duke also...
Thank you.
still doesn't know what to talk about. So, never...
Yes, of course.
This isn't...
Yes, in fact. Amid my
Yeah!
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now.
Okay.
I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
Alright! Another one gets the party! Let's keep doing this! Dada Kundala. Oh no! Another unstable path! Watch your step!
Ah.
Watch out! There are rock falling over here!
अरे यार
Seems we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Remember, health comes first.
I see everything. Make yourselves a move.
A process of elimination.
कोई चेस्ट है क्या यहाँ पे? अभी तो यार डोमेन में हूँ। उसके बाद करूँ क्या चेक? डोमेन के बाद ही कर सकता हूँ, अभी ये कर नहीं सकता अभी। उठाओ को मैं देखता हूँ एक बार ये डोमेन से निकलने के बाद, ठीक है? उठाओ को वैसे एचपी देते हैं, ठीक है? क्रिट रेट या क्रिट डैमेज का वेपन कौन सा दिया उसको? ऐसे ही बता दो, मैं बता सकता हूँ। वेपन कौन सा दिया है? ब्लैक क्लिफ दिया है क्या? या तो ब्लैक क्लिफ दो या ड्रैगन स्पेस दो, ठीक है? इन दोनों में से तो एक दो।
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden...
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that
ठीक है,
big.
तो उसको क्रिट रेट का तो वो दे दो, ठीक है? उसको आपको देने हैं क्रिम्सन विच का 4 पीस देना है, ठीक है? उसमें देखो अपने आर्टिफैक्ट्स में क्रिम्सन विच सर्च करो, ठीक है? वो वाले उसको 4 पीस देना है।
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering.
Perhaps we should just leave them.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose.
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they...
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
हाँ तो क्रिम्सन विच देखो अभी आपको उसको बिल्ड नहीं करना, ठीक है? अभी आप डीप वुड सी वाले जो है ना वो फार्म करो, जो उसके अंदर है ना क्या बोलते हैं सुबेरू वाले जो है वो फार्म करो अभी आप, ठीक है?
The waters drowning Fontaine come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
कोई चेस्ट तो नहीं है आसपास.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
32 hours over.
You still have...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about... I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office.
Are you really gonna...
She has long...
All right.
I will be...
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvson. All right.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Ooh, Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two.
और हाँ वो ना यहाँ क्या कर रही है?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstadt surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, there was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down in Mondstadt City.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar. Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face.
हाँ एक के बाद एक 2 विकेट पड़ गई. Nice. Now we can win this match for sure.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing.
Oh, well, this is...
That's the greatest of
Indeed.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks. Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, traveler.
स्लीपी तो यार कर दिया तुम लोगों ने, बहुत स्लो है यार। कहाँ जा रहा है? नाइस।
You're here! Finally! Monsieur Durvalette and Lady Farina, they...
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for... It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson.
You mean...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you... Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about...
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some...
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing...
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous... My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret There are several indications that you have been investigating the This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your... You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take... There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my... Just trust in me. You're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out... That's all I have to say. We do not discuss... Oh!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
I assume you've been outside for...
Oh!
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Still, I do not understand. Everyone in her... We may have to create a situation...
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just so...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the... This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information... But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
देव करेगी हेल्प तुम्हारी.
Well, that's everyone. Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved.
And here you are drinking.
That's what family.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for.
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you?
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as...
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize it.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut as for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be...
Oh?
Well, it's...
Huh? Didn't you...
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good...
I see.
He is glad that you can...
In that case, do any of you have experience?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were...
I'm afraid not, though that was their name. Today, a trap comprised so.
For me, our line of work...
You use some of those
क्या
techniques while
बकवास बातें
moving
कर
the...
रहे हैं?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. I remember that you liked...
I did.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any...
That makes sense. You usually solve, but I do have one more question for you. If we were to create a trap now, how would you...
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So...
Huh. We hadn't thought...
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any...
Oh,
Okay.
so that's...
डालो डालो उसको ट्रायल पे डालो. हाँ, चलो आपका बिल्ड देखते हैं फटाफट. Shadow here. Check information. Yes. Show me your artifacts. यार क्रिम्सन विच का 2 पीस आपके पास हाँ. HP क्रिट रेट क्रिट डैमेज का रेशियो क्या बन रहा है? 41/227. HP कितनी हो रही है? HP अभी भी 27 है. इसको अटैक से हटा के HP दो. ये जो सेट्स है ना, इसको अटैक से हटा के HP वाला सेट्स दो इसको. ठीक है? और ट्राई करो एचपी वाला सेट्स दो या एलिमेंटल मास्टरी वाला दो, ठीक है? इन दोनों में से एक ही चलेगा, अटैक का नहीं देते इसको। इसका अटैक जो वो एचपी से बढ़ता है। और ये भी अटैक को हटा के यहाँ पे पायरो डैमेज बोनस दो, गॉबलेट पे पायरो डैमेज बोनस, ठीक है? यहाँ पे पायरो डैमेज बोनस देना पड़ेगा आपको। एलिमेंटल मास्टरी 0 है, बहुत कम अटैक करेगा ये।
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that?
Ah, have you forgotten?
Wait, you are familiar.
The voice from the sky, You're feeling lost now, just as you were. Consider me. The prophecy. Yes, what has been.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well?
The voice. What? Paimon hears someone talking. All right. Hey, it's you.
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Fine, just not all.
Did she have
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember I'm in full support.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try. Huh? Goodness gracious. Are you...
She said that even...
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary, but I've never met her.
Whoa.
Their abilities alone...
Well, it's not like Paimon...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means perhaps it is... Traveler?
Oh, we're...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has all... But even so, perhaps that's what N was trying to do. I did originally...
Huh. You do have a point.
There, it was worth trying, I suppose.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? अरे यार बाहर ही चले जाते हैं।
Huh?
शायद वो 3 बिलियन एचपी वाला बॉस इसी उससे अनलॉक होगा क्या? या भी और कुछ करना पड़ेगा उसके लिए? पता है? आपका हो गया? अनलॉक।
Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, huh? Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress. Ugh, seriously? Well... Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
आपका अनलॉक नहीं हुआ अभी तक वो?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it. Despite the tense situation we're in, let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but...
Oh, the prof is... No, it's...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more? These 2 slices are for you.
Oh, you know Siege?
I sure do. She said that I've got something else to do, so...
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon should... It's more delicious than last. Sure would be nice if we could always eat the... Oh, we're near the Seabird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
क्या हो गया?
Book learning alone is not enough to cultivate intelligence. All those scholars in the academia are prime examples.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got some...
Oh, you need... It's all right, though.
Really? Oh, Paimon...
Still, what bring...
When Mona mentioned...
So she mentioned me?
She said that you're a
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like...
Yeah.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course.
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the... Ooh, someone...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that? Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist, first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be from what I've seen, so in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that...
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't fun... No, but... We've always been moving to the next... You mean... Still traveling? Huh. Wait. Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. Not at all. Yes, inside the Opera House.
A riot?
Well, that said, Lady Farina was watching, loudly accusing her of doing, and before she could respond, the crowd continued to.
So people have started.
I agree.
So what happened after?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling, the Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had.
So, you mean?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her. But we don't. That said, I don't think there's much to good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on.
Is that so? Well, all right then.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poissal then. If we know Farina, she won't. And as we also know, when Nervillet was, it would be hard. Paimon thinks for. Huh. Well, what do you think? In that case, there's not a moment. This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible. That's Farina, right over there.
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Other than to repeat meaningless apologies. Oh, who's that?
Don't worry, Farina.
So it is you, blonde traveler from an...
Farina.
What? They even... Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Mars...
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are... They're just some... That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with... This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot up...
What?
Hurry, they're all...
Fine, I suppose.
tired. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for... I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from... But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled. Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest.
That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a If...
ओके, ये क्या था भाई? भाई साहब.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
ये तो सबसे गजब का जादू दिखा गया है.
Without further ado, we may proceed to the
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just...
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a...
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true... This time, I applaud and rejoice. One of the most... mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making... Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her... Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my...
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent. Also, please allow me to ask as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean... the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor and more. We had to select a location.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess, Nervy, you gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and also that as soon...
Yes, that is...
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching. As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage. Oh? Is that so? Then it's fine. It matters not. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait. Then that means... So in other words, we can refer to this... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following. This is the first time Monsieur Nervillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Art, the words of someone as I nearly according to the fortress of Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Nervy. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the action.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud, who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina. Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. If you wish to drop the case, I can
An argument with near...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race. which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all,
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Neverlet?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
You tried to reference the Oratrice.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is—
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations instead of having been created by you. The manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't—
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or—
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium. Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can—
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a great—
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our—
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, Then who if you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course you had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it.
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you...
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing?
Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Seatween. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe you... Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water? Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
हाँ
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty.
She is
We shall
guilty.
now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Farina is...
Not guilty, yeah?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed? Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been a Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratree seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trials...
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means...
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to...
Is that the first prophecy slate? Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long... But has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. We'd like you to come here and confirm them.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already... so when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will... The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Okay.
Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them.
हेलो आशीष
This must be the point
तो
when the
कैसे हैं
Hydro
आप?
Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen just... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we?
We know from the case of the serial and the first stone. This might...
That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't sound quite right.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro-Archon that Nervilet and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates. It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro-Archon in the sea. Could that be?
That doesn't sound quite right.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the sea.
एक आर्कन क्वेस्ट है यार, वो कर रहा हूँ। Genshin Impact खेला है आपने कभी? Bro?
Shocking everyone present. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
ओके नाइस। क्या हो गया ऐसा जिंदगी को? ऐसे मत बोलो यार। बी ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, मतलब हमेशा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक रही, बट जिंदगी को लेकर तो ऑप्टिमिस्टिक ही रहना चाहिए।
Let's hear them.
ओहो,
Incredible.
क्या करते हो ऐसा?
Not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro-Archon.
अब तो जीत ही जाएगा आराम से ना। 33 बॉल्स पे 97 रन चाहिए।
Only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial sea.
अब तो कंफर्म आई गेस।
And how all the girls Vache dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial. All of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro-Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro-Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the
ऐसा है क्या?
Hydro-Archon's creation
क्या हो
has
गया भाई ऐसा लाइफ में?
Isn't the image here? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro-Archon also
Only.
falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
सभी है यार।
In the end, the people will. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, however, while
हर
you were
कोई
able to
सहारा
decode all
ढूंढ
the
रहा है
information
इसको
on
दिया
the
हुआ।
slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of
आप भी इसी
hidden
तलाश में
information
आए हो?
using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be
क्या
informed
करते हो
of
आप?
the unadulterated truth.
What do you do? Student?
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as
मेरा भी
well.
ऐसे ही है यार.
I will try
स्कूल
to
टाइम पे
briefly
खैर
summarize it
दोस्त
for
तो
you.
थे मेरे काफी.
Your hypotheses regarding in the Fontaine of Old, the previous Hydro Archon
बट
seized
घूमना
the
फिरना
yearning
और
of
ये
her
सब नहीं किया
Oceanic
मैंने कभी.
familiars for life on land.
स्कूल टाइम पे सिर्फ पढ़ाई करते थे. थोड़े पढ़ाकू टाइप थे. मतलब पढ़ाकू नहीं थे,
The Oceanids were enamored
लेकिन
with the
सोचते थे
beauty and
फ्यूचर के बारे में.
romanticism of human beings.
तो इसलिए
And
कभी
wishing
मौज
to
मस्ती
have
नहीं
those
की ज़्यादा.
experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become
थे
of a similar
बैकबेंचर.
kind. However,
पढ़ाई में भी नहीं
even
गए
though
बिल्कुल ही.
water as an element not one to
कि
give
बिल्कुल
in,
दिन रात
she
पढ़ते थे, ऐसे भी
eventually
नहीं थे.
found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Okay.
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the
कोई
Hydro
बात नहीं यार.
Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original
लाइफ
sin
ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ती रहती है. कोई भी परमानेंट नहीं है लाइफ में.
primordial sea.
That is the only true.
That
Truth,
is the
हाँ.
true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
पुराने जाएंगे तभी तो नए लोग आएंगे. वरना नए लोगों के लिए जगह कैसे बनेगी लाइफ में?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
क्योंकि फोर्टेज कहाँ तक कर लिया? ये स्पॉइलर हो जाएगा यार आपके लिए.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct. A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
अगर आपने आर्क रिक्वेस्ट नहीं
They
की
have
तो
not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth,
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass. However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before. This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
That doesn't sound...
It was both dream and real.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that can only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
हो गया भाई, रेड आ गई क्या? आ गया, चाइल्ड की एंट्री हो गई। बस लगता है यार, कुछ भी बोलो, इस वाले फेज में बस लगता है। भाई साहब, जो एनिमेशन देते हैं भाई ये लोग, भाई साहब गजब। चाइल्ड्स फाउल लेगेसी।
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods... Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
क्या हो गया भाई? डेथ सेंटेंस प्रिपेयर हो रहा है.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing.
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you...
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe. She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess.
as were her shortcoming. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly... Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the under the curse I placed on her. So long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of... Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Here you are.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility. Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough. Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
आह, 20 मिनट का गेम प्ले और रह गया है।
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you...
Oh, so there's still hope after all. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind, but if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that...
Huh?
Don't worry.
Play as...
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect you. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed...
But...
Don't worry. Being a human, you remember.
So...
To a combat.
A trial. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. What should I say to most appear like a god? Ladies, and I'm sure you've all heard about how, in truth, as the god Focalor, once again, I thought
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpassed...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually
स्टोरी कर रहे हैं यार, इतनी बढ़िया स्टोरी बनाई हुई है, आप उसको बोर कर रहे हैं.
assertive. Now, I was wondering if some... you may Now then!
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we...
Personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, we have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that no, this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of may law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and there is, so long as I...
Lady Farina.
Besides,
That's true,
No need for fright. And do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Lady Farina.
No need. All right.
He's...
Lady Farina.
I see. It's as I thought then. All manner. Really?
I'm...
The day is fine, but it's good. Maybe this is...
Lady Farina, here are the...
They'll...
Lady Farina.
Indeed, my...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant...
Understood. I feel...
बेचारी आई एम सो लोनली वाली फील दे रही है.
Lady Farina, it's like I've heard that the first... Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well,
can't quite out being the.
भाई साहब
So, in hundreds of I never have I want to die all I can do is keep up.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know.
Share, that's impossible.
But even if your just
witness, and if to. She's right. I could confide in her, but if. No, Farina. But what if, Farina, is it such if you let this think about it long and hard? No. All you need to do, dear spectator, is...
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must... She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right...
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half the truth. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most
good. Of course, the Udex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient... In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Wow.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which... I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established...
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne, if I do not misunderstand your intent.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words,
This was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet. Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception... Hydro Dragon, don't... I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original, just in other words, defying the prophecy. At this point, Eudex Neuvillette.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Eudex, I see now that that was your idea too, at last. I now understand the true purpose behind this. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. You are a devious one, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
भाई साहब, अगली बार ये करेक्टर आएगा तो निकालूंगा भाई।
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection?
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast. I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature.
चलो लड़ते हैं 3
We
बिलियन
should
एचपी
seize
वाले
the
से।
opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler.
हाँ, अच्छा था यार, मस्त था काफी। चलो, अब बढ़ाते हैं इसको सही। कोई बात नहीं।
I've already done my best to separate the power from my mortal sea from the way. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
Mind the side effects.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
कैसे मारे भाई
A
इसको?
bitter pill to swallow.
Roll! Shine down!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
कहाँ गए?
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
ये तो यार काफी एक्साइटिंग सा लग रहा है थोड़ा। इसके साथ लड़ते हुए आ गया, जो विलेट आ गया। ये नहीं है वो, और कौन है? यही तो होगा यार। ये कौन है?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but... oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
My disciple and my master's pet.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertology.
Sertology?
I am unfamiliar with that.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gulp?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
अच्छा तो अब जितने भी लोग रिजॉल्व हुए थे वो सब वापस आ जाएंगे हाँ इसके दोनों दोस्त भी आ जाएंगे हाँ नाइस नाइस
All hands, initiate emergency rescue. Hurry!
Nice, nice.
Hey, lend a hand. Look, the water's receding.
इधर स्टील चल रही है आओ थोड़ी और बहुत घंटा भर लग जाएगा 12 बजे के करीब
It's a miracle. Water's receding. We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
The prophecy was wrong.
चलो इसके बाद शैडो आपका फटाफट 6 स्टार्स लेते हैं ठीक है फिर उसके बाद देखते हैं टाइम बचा तो हम इवेंट करेंगे वरना इवेंट कल करते हैं ठीक है
The soil renewed. Old soil can still give birth to new skyship with the various disputes. The people always.
ठीक है
Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The value for these big scoops, Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their
वाला भी देख लिया मैंने है एक
And that's exactly what... Oh, this time...
वो बॉस रही है वो तो नॉर्मल एनिमी है कोई बॉस रही है वो
Wait.
क्या हुआ ये हुआ क्यों नहीं अभी तक फिलहाल कहाँ है
Navia! Oh, it's you.
Hey,
I'm here to update my... let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garun. Our residents are...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of... But if you don't mind...
I get where you're coming from.
That would be thought.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole...
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking if...
Forget it.
I see you're. Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who.
Say cheese.
How did it go? Was it a good shot?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the also not. Wow.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at.
Whoa, you're what?
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it was.
You're right. Stay safe now. And.
Ah.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance?
Of course.
It's an honor to find.
No need to thank.
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way. It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her.
Sir, please.
But it...
No, I...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Miss the boat that brought. Still, if I might have.
I have to apologize, but that ship is present.
Really?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps...
Did you really have to use the... Well, then, two souls...
Is my hair messed up?
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to...
Ah.
Hey, Miss Sharp. Sure.
Oh, sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been...
Same old, same old.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I just...
You're too kind.
I see.
He sure did...
I'll tell them that they're...
Oh.
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duty. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the Oval.
Hey, everyone. The photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go.
There'll be...
Maybe? Who knows? All right. Last stop, the docks.
Ah.
There have been many poorly written applications lately. I guess I'll just have to reject them all. Wait. Huh? No.
चलो यार जल्दी सबके साथ फोटो खींचो।
Navia mentioned that she stayed.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Sharp.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget? It's a wondrous trick of friend. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine? To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over?
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone. The father says that...
that's out.
Oh, after Lady for...
A diplomatic...
Yes, it could have been done. Furthermore, I would agree. I suspect you'll have...
But
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya.
that's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father.
Well, what do you know?
Are you going to take the Gnosis?
That is our duty as harbingers. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear switching my masks. Is something well, that depends on many things. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire...
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like. The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled...
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. I guess this All right, then.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, देख लिया मैंने। कहाँ मिलेगा?
So, you really are here, Neuvillette? Paimon didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
Really? Oh, in any case, you came.
Aw, alright, let's... Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you...
For me, the Fontanians were but so long. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontanians became true humans, and thus would naturally know.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Yeah!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had 10 gen. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice stirring, whether it was due to that liability by association, or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off.
Guess Focalor had Fontanians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they found... hang on a second. Back when
Life has always flowed like water.
Yeah, Lynette said the...
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. Ah, Lady Farid. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. She simply said that, having said that, she then... You need not worry. In truth, I am but now that she no longer...
What about you then?
After Focalor, this matter will die...
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective...
As an elemental, as such, before I attend to... Additionally, the
That's true. Wait, but the...
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I can't...
Wow.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this... Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least the Oratrice, has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more. And I do not need the Gnosis. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary...
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay, so next will be Natlan.
Earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed.
वही तो फालतू में बस 3 million HP है.
No wonder the hell. So regarding this specific issue, I was... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this. What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Fowl, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. And my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on.
The remains of... So that's what...
All the same,
And she said that it would...
if she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender. I wonder, does your body also possess similar
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision! That does sort of count as special compatibility, but no, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all? That's what you say, but this time... Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or...
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same as...
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for the...
But... she said...
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's wit. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if life flows... And what...
कर दो भाई, खत्म कर दो. Thank you. चलो एक विश और देख लो. एक विश और देख लो. 42 हो गई। इस पे तो 50-50 रहती है ना हमेशा वेपन बैनर पे, तो अब तो वेपन बैनर ही कर रहा था मैं। इधर है वो 3 मिलियन बॉस एचपी वाला बॉस, लिख देता हूँ इस पे। हाँ, तो अब क्या करना है हमें? सबसे पहले इसको छोड़ दो। चलो यार, इसको मारते हैं फटाफट।
Remember, health comes first, mind the side effects.
I see everything.
Illusion shattered. Scatter.
Everyone hold hands. There is no escape.
Shine down. Here you are. A bitter pill to swallow.
Hey! There is no escape.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Illusion shattered.
Deflect.
The doctor will see you. Just leave her in the room. Make yourselves at home.
Shine down!
क्या चल रहा है? कभी गायब होता है, कभी गायब होता है।
Seems like an emergency. A bigger purpose.
Roll, the Temple of Wisdom.
Scatter.
चलो फाइनली मेरे पास अब बॉसेस तो है मारने के लिए। पहले बॉसेस ही खत्म हो गए थे यार। अब मुझे एक और बॉस मारना है। कौन सा है वो? This one. इसके लिए टीम कौन सी रखूंगा कि मुझे इसके लिए टीम रखता हूँ मैं।
Wait. Huh? No.
काफी स्लो हो जाएगी यार टीम।
Fate is upon you. Shadows of fate. Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Witness. Higher, higher, hands on fire. Huh? Go.
Stabilize.
Let me scribe. Written in the stars. Let me read you a verse.
This is order. Solidify.
Shadows of fate. See? Go. Decided by destiny. Let me scribe. Rain cutter.
outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa.
See? Time to go! Phew.
I will have order.
Fate is upon you. Let me scribe.
No, my sword.
Delve into destiny. Ring cutter. Decided by destiny. Let me scribe. Cross over. Shadows of fate.
No, my sword.
Stabilize.
Delve into destiny.
इतना टाइम लग रहा है भाई.
Solidify.
Written in the stars. Let me scribe.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Rain outlines your fate.
Higher, higher, yes, on fire.
Gather.
Shadows of fate.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me leave you a verse.
Solidify. Gather.
Fate is upon you. Let me scribe. Go!
हाँ. काफी एग्जॉस्टिंग है भाई ये वाला बॉस तो. काफी टाइम लेता है मरने में. हाँ. अब क्या करना चाहिए? एक बार फोर्टेज जाओ और फटाफट सब कुछ कलेक्ट कर लेता हूँ यार.
Add Thank you for Add Astra.
बस और यूज कर रहे हैं यार, कहाँ करो। एक कोई बोस ही मार देता। कितना टाइम हो गया? 11:40। कल ऑफिस भी जाना है यार। फटाफट अब आपकी आईडी लॉगिन करता हूँ शैडो, ठीक है भाई? फिर देखते हैं क्या सीन है, हो पा रहा है या नहीं हो पा रहा है, क्या रहा है। 6 स्टार तो हो जाने चाहिए वैसे। पूरा फॉर्म करो या कोई बॉस मार दो, कोई बॉस मार के आ जाता हूँ फटाफट। बॉस ही मार रहा है तो वो मार लेता हूँ ना यार। परपेचुअल एरे मार लेता हूँ, सबसे बढ़िया रहेगा। ऐसा बात है।
Solidify!
No, my sword! Huh? Witness the power of Guwa! Rain outlines your fate.
Delve into destiny. Go!
Stabilize!
Decided by destiny. Cross over!
चलो ये वाला हो गया। अब क्या करना है? आज के लिए इतना काफी है शायद ना। आज के लिए इतना काफी है। अब आपकी आईडी लॉगिन कर लेता हूँ फटाफट। हाँ, हाँ। एक ट्राई तो कर ही लेते हैं यार। हाँ। अगली बार तो हो ही जाएगा आराम से। इस बार भी करते हैं ट्राई, हो जाना चाहिए। $27। इसका मतलब है रो और रो 18, 27। एक भी स्टार नहीं लिया उन्होंने अभी 12th में। अरे अपोनेंट्स देखते हैं एक बार कौन से हैं। अच्छा पहले में तो ये है, ये तो उससे भर जाएगा आराम से। ठीक है, सेकंड वाला है थोड़ा सा मुश्किल। इसमें यार पानी वाला चाहिए। सेकंड वाले में मोटिव रख देते हैं और इसमें मोटिव रख देते हैं। ठीक है, ये उससे हो जाएगा। फिर इस वाले के लिए टीम चेंज करनी पड़ेगी शायद। इस वाले में टीम चेंज करने की, इस वाले में पहले वोट रखनी पड़ेगी, दूसरी वो रखनी पड़ेगी। यस। चलो पहले वाला करते हैं। हो सकता है 3 स्टार ही हो जाए फर्स्ट वाले में ही। ठीक है, इसको उससे मारना है ना। उसकी हीलिंग कैसी हुई, अच्छी हुई है नहीं? क्योंकि हीलिंग बहुत मैटर करेगी इस वाले के उसमें। 70 पे कर तो दिया आपने। चलो देखते हैं। जॉगलिंग को भी बढ़ाना है, ठीक है, और इसका अल्ट तैयार कर दो।
Teamwork is trim! You're toast! Sakura swirl! Take flight! Boba, get them! My apologies!
Solidify!
Out of the frying pan! Whirling snow! Boba, get them! Let's light it up! Take flight!
Stabilize!
My apologies!
This is order!
Whirling snow! Everybody stand back! Embrace the ice! Take flight! So rude!
Gather!
Nice and spicy! Whirling snow! My apologies! Boba, get them!
Stabilize!
Whirling snow! Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Eat this! Take flight! Sakura swirl!
2 स्टार के लिए कितने भी देर में कर रहा है? 5 मिनट्स में ना?
Everyone hold hands! Our bond is strong!
Let me leave you a verse. Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
This space for you! Sharing my knowledge! Dissipate!
No, my soul. Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Committed to memory! Ah! Yeah! Stand with me!
Witness the power of Gugwa. Gotcha. Quietly now. Things are about to get dicey.
This space for you! Roll!
No, my soul. Let me leave you a verse. Busted.
Committed to memory! Dissipate!
Here comes
get dicey.
Our bond is strong.
Quietly now.
लेट हो गया, पहले वाले में ज़्यादा टाइम लगा दिया। कोई नहीं, इस बार हो जाएगा पहले वाला। थ्री स्टार तो नहीं होगा यार, 2 स्टार ही होगा। सेकंड वाला थोड़ा ज़्यादा मुश्किल है।
Nice and spicy. I'm going in. Coming out. Surrender. My apologies.
Stabilize.
Out of the frying pan. Yeah, let's light it up. Take flight. My apologies.
Solidify.
Nice and spicy. Whirling snow.
Stabilize.
Take flight. Whirling snow. Teamwork is strength. You're toast. Embrace the ice.
Gather.
Out of the frying pan, it's my apologies. Take flight.
Solidify.
Everybody stand back. Whirling snow.
जाएगा 2 मिनट है ना अपने पास।
I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. Dissipate.
Witness the power of the Here comes the catch. Busted.
Grow.
Rain outlines your defeat. Quietly now.
All right,
Rain cutter. Things are about to get dicey.
This may turn a little. Sharing my knowledge. Committed to memory.
Stand with me. Time to act. Witness the power. Gotcha. Quietly now. Here comes the catch.
Make yourselves at home.
Gotcha.
Let's change tactics. Hey,
No, my sword. Huh? Let me leave you alone. Game's up. Time's over. Busted. Quietly now.
Okay.
Stabilize.
My apologies.
Order guide you. Gather.
Take flight.
Stabilize.
I'm going in. Coming to art. Sumetsu.
Gooba, get them!
My apologies.
Solidify.
Out of the frying pan.
Whirling snow. Teamwork is true. My apologies. Sakura swirl.
Nice and spicy.
Whirling snow.
This is order.
Gooba, get them!
Take flight.
Nice and spicy.
अबे यार फालतू का टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया इसमें तो।
Whirling snow.
फालतू का टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया।
I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Dissipate. Let me leave you a verse. Here comes the catch. Busted. Get with me. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Grow. Share my knowledge.
Our bond is strong. Busted. Gotcha. Here comes the catch. Dissipate. Witness the power of Guhua.
A minute to memory. Make yourselves at home. Let's play a tournament.
Our bond is strong. No, my sword. Quietly now. Let me leave you a verse. Things are about to get dicey. Dissipate.
और कैसे गई वो?
No, my sword.
अभी भी वो भर रही है यार। हाँ, इनके लिए वैसे फ्रीजिंग टीम होती है बेस्ट, पता है। फ्रीजिंग टीम में सही हो जाता है।
Gather!
Will not stand for this. I'm going in. Coming to art. Sumetsu. My apologies.
Solidify!
Booba, get them!
Whirling snow.
Out of the frying pan!
Let's light it up. Take flight. Teamwork is true.
You're toast!
My apologies. Embrace the ice.
Gather!
Take flight. Adventure time.
Order guide you.
Whirling snow. I'm going in.
Booba, get them!
My apologies.
Share my knowledge!
Stand with me. Witness the power of the wild. Here comes the catch.
Commit to memory! Let's play through the level.
Dissipate. Rain outlines your fate. Things are about to get dicey.
Grow, grow, grow! The Temple of Wisdom! Let's play through the level.
Our bond is strong. Let me weave you a verse. Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Committed to memory! Sharing my knowledge!
Dissipate. Rain outlines your fate. Witness it. Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Let's play through the level.
Our bond is strong. strong. Time to act. Game's up from silver.
This may hurt a little. Yeah. This way.
Sorry for the trouble.
अब लास्ट में आके क्यों मर गई?
Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Witness the power of Guhua. Here comes the catch.
Committed to memory. Yeah.
Body and mind.
I see everything.
Busted. Rain outlines your fate. I have taught you everything I know. Game's up from silver. How was I so...
अबे यार विदाउट हीलर कैसे क्या करूं? इसमें यार वो भी जरूरी है, एक हाइड्रो भी तो जरूरी है.
Stabilize.
Out of the frying pan.
Take flight.
Solidify.
Whirling snow. Teamwork is dreamwork.
Eat this.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Unthinkable.
My apologies.
Booba, get them.
Whirling snow.
Going in. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Sakura swirl. Take flight.
Gather.
Booba, get them.
My apologies.
Stabilize.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Whirling snow. Take flight. Whirling snow. Kamisato art. Sumetsu. Rain cutter. Here comes the catch. Quietly now. Busted.
This place hurt a little.
Get with me.
Sharing my knowledge. Commit to memory.
No, my sword. Let me leave you alone. Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now. Dissipate.
Roll. Make yourselves at home.
All right, it's my turn. Rain outlines your fate. Know my sword. Rain cutter. Busted. Gotcha. Things are about to get dicey.
Committed to memory. This place hurt a little.
Dissipate.
Committed to memory. No life lasts forever.
Ah, देखता हूँ एक और ट्राई लेके फ्रीज टीम से और देखता हूँ एक बार वहाँ पे अगर कुछ होता है तो। फ्रीज टीम से यार पता है दिक्कत कुछ नहीं है। फ्रीज टीम में एक दिक्कत है कि तेरे पास फ्रीज वाले वो भी नहीं है आर्टिफैक्ट्स। बाकी और कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। ईटो के साथ भी देख सकते हैं सेकंड वाला, लेकिन स्ट्रॉन्ग हीलर चाहिए ईटो के साथ। ईटो के साथ स्ट्रॉन्ग हीलर चाहिए। Wait, let me see. सेकंड वाली टीम में हाइड्रो चाहिए ही चाहिए। ठीक है, सेकंड वाली टीम बनाते हैं पहले। ये हो गया, ये हो गया। पिंकी को लो या हेलन को ले लो। पिंकी ले लो, इसका जल्दी रिचार्ज होगा अल्ट। और इसको ले लो। ठीक है, इसमें हीलर नहीं रहा ना, फिर प्रॉब्लम यही तो रही। इसमें हीलर नहीं है कोई भी। इसमें अब हीलर नहीं रहेगा। हीलर के लिए एक और कैरेक्टर चाहिए इसमें। बारबरा भी बिल्ड रही है आपकी। हाँ, काजुहा चाहिए, ये चाहिए, एक और क्रायो चाहिए। इससे कर सकते हैं ट्राई। ठीक है, सेकंड वाले में फेल हो जाएगी। करते हैं ट्राई। वोट हाउस से नहीं होगा। वो तो अपनी एचपी खुद खाती है और हीलर नहीं है कोई ढंग का। प्रॉब्लम हीलर की है।
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
Our bond is strong. Witness the power of the... Here comes the catch. Stand with me. No, my sword.
This way, Trina.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Grow.
Our bond is strong.
Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge.
Rain cutter.
Grow.
Dissipate. Quietly now. Bust it.
I'm so sorry.
Let me leave you a verse. Things are about to get dicey.
This way, Trina.
Our bond is strong.
गई। थोड़ा सा चेंज किया था कि इसको हील मिल जाएगी बस इसलिए। ऐसा क्या करूं?
Witness the power of the one. Here comes the catch. Dissipate.
Make yourselves at home.
No, my sword. Game's up. Fun's over. Let me leave you a verse. Stand with me.
Grow. The Temple of Wisdom. This way, Trina.
Time to act.
This
अरे
isn't wise.
क्या है यार, पता नहीं क्या एचपी वो स्टेमिना भी खत्म कर देता है इसका ये।
Everyone hold hands.
Rain cutter. Here comes the catch. Dissipate.
Grow. Committed to memory.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of good one. Our bond is strong. Quietly now. Bust it. Take it easy.
Grow.
Dissipate.
चलो इस बार सरवाइव कर गया।
Stand with me. Lightning terrified. Things are about to get dicey. Quietly now. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter.
Committed to memory. I see stars. This way, Trina.
टीम से नहीं होगा ये, उसी टीम से होगा ये जो जिससे खेल रहे थे। इस टीम से ये हो ही नहीं सकता। हाँ, आर्टिकल्स दिखाओ इसके। 21, ये तो सही है। इसका रिचार्ज करने के लिए बस ये चाहिए, ठीक है। इससे आप अयाका का रिचार्ज जल्दी हो जाएगा और ये बढ़ जाएगा, ठीक है। अब इस वाले में हीलर की प्रॉब्लम पड़ रही है ना अब, तो बैरेट ले लेते हैं एक तो एक काजुहा ले लेंगे सबको इकट्ठा करने के लिए। ये इसी से करना पड़ेगा कैसे भी करके। कोई नहीं, थोड़ा डोज करके खेलेंगे इस बार। 1 स्टार भी आ जाता है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आगे वालों में हो जाएगा।
You can't run! Booba, get them! My apologies! Judgment!
Solidify!
Shiver! Yeah! You're toast! Embrace the ice! Whirling snow! Yeah! So rude!
Stabilize! Gather!
Judgment!
I will have order! Stabilize! Solidify!
Nice and spicy!
Gather!
Punishment! My apologies!
Solidify! Stabilize.
Judgment! Whirling snow!
Out of the frying pan.
Yeah! Take flight! Shiver! You can't run!
Boba, get them!
Embrace the ice! Whirling snow! Judgment! My apologies!
You're toast!
Yeah! Take flight! Lights out! Stand with me! Let me lead you a verse. Here comes the catch.
Share my knowledge!
Our bond is strong.
Commit to memory!
Witness the power of boom. Game's up. Fun's over. Busted.
The Temple of Wisdom!
Time to act. Quiet now. Gotcha. This way. Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter. Things are about to get dicey. Busted. Stand with me. This way. Gotcha. Quiet now. Here comes the catch.
Sharing my knowledge! This may hurt a little.
Our bond is strong. And know my sword. Witness the power of Gua. Busted. Things are about to get dicey. Take it easy. This way.
3 सेकंड्स पे कर रहा था यार 3 मिनट पे कर रहा था क्या यार
Rain outlines your fate. Huh? Let me lead you. Gotcha. Busted.
हाँ वही होगा यार फर्स्ट वाले टाइम पे हो जाता रुको यार ये हमारा ये है वेपन क्या है इसके पास? ये 584 है। 5 बढ़ सकती है क्या? रेट इसका बड़ा हो
Benny's
जाएगा।
adventure team.
रेट का बड़ा इसका। रेट इसको ही। ये तो बढ़ा ही नहीं हुआ इसका। तो हो जाएगी यार। और 10 मिनट रुक। थोड़े थोड़े कैरेक्टर्स को एड कर देता हूँ। इसके बाद देखते हैं। और अब ये हो गया। हाँ नेक्स्ट टाइम तो कर ही लेंगे यार। एक ट्राई और लेते हैं। और कौन सी थी साथ में?
Oh, ow!
रेट वाला है कोई? ठीक है। और क्या नाम? बस ये वाला ठीक है। अब इसको किसी और को दिखा दो। आर्टिफैक्ट्स। इसके आर्टिफैक्ट बदले हैं क्या? कल तो मैंने सही कर दिया था इसके आर्टिफैक्ट। ये कैसे रह गया फिर एनहेंस हुए बिना? ठीक है। तो एलिमेंटल बस ठीक है, हीलिंग भी बढ़ जाएगी शायद अब। हाँ। इसके बड़े हुए क्यों नहीं है? चलो लास्ट बार करते हैं, ठीक है। HP इंक्रीज कर दो 25%। HP इंक्रीज कर देता हूँ, उससे उसकी हील बढ़ जाएगी।
Nice and spicy. My apologies. Whirling snow.
Solidify. Stabilize.
My apologies. Eat this! Everybody stand back! Sakura swirl!
Gather.
Goba, get them! Yeah. Race you! Whirling snow! My apologies!
Stabilize.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Whirling
Stabilize.
Out of the frying pan.
Let's light it up! Yeah! Take flight! Kamisato art! Sometsu!
Make yourselves at home.
Rain cutter! Here comes the catch!
Commit us to memory. Yeah.
Stand with me! Know my sword! Witness the power of Gugwa! Gotcha! Things are about to get dicey.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge. Grow.
Rain outlines your fate. Rain cutter! Busted! Game's up! Time's over!
Commit it to memory.
Dissipate! Sorry!
अरे क्यों भाई? Fuck यार. पर इतना बढ़िया चल रहा था. हाँ, या तो कोई शील्ड लेके जाओ ताकि
My apologies. Nice and spicy.
Solidify.
Out of the frying pan into the pot. Teamwork is dream. You're toast. Embrace the ice.
Gather.
Nice and spicy.
Whirling snow!
Uma, get them.
Take flight! I'm going in!
Eat this.
Kamisato art! Sometsu! My apologies!
इस बार जल्दी हो गया ना शायद. Yes.